Hello, guys. Hello, Kami. No, get me solo. I can mid, but I would rather not. I feel like I haven't enjoyed a mid god in a little while. Yeah, I think mid and solo are my mains at the moment. I don't enjoy ADC in Smite 2 as much as in Smite 1. Maybe that will change when Apollo comes out, but we'll see. Because I don't enjoy Onher that much. I think he just doesn't feel as good in Smite 2. I think the lane itself also just isn't as fun to be around in. It's so easy to get ganked in ADC now. Because there's so many bushes, and the lane is very... it's not as wide as it was in Smite 1, so like just way less wiggle room and like possibility to see a gank coming in. You just feel so trapped if you're getting ganked. I don't really like that.
Select your god.
I do want to try Odin that everyone has been talking about, so let's do that. Seems like a good time when they have Raw. Apparently Odin might be really good now, so I gotta play more Odin. Yeah, I think the Erlang, like, Bakasura, Bologna type ADC stuff was fun, but it was definitely a little too risky, because you could not fall behind. Then you're just over. They didn't add anything to Odin, it's just that because tanks are kind of better now, Odin just turned out to be good again. Odin was never bad, it's just that in a meta where tanks aren't a thing, you know, most tanks are gonna be bad. Now that tanks are good again, it makes sense that Odin would be good again. I just didn't try him. In Smite 2, he has a pretty good history of being good when tanks are in. Like, Bacchus and Odin were just the best by a mile in the early stages of Smite 2. And they were really good for a very long time. But then they were both kind of nerfed to the ground for a time. Looks like I'm against Raw. Might be tough early, depending on what he builds. Could also be Kukulkan, I suppose, but I would expect it to be Raw. Yeah, it's gonna be Raw. Unless only Warriors Axe God? I'm not really sure. I think I'll just do a safe start like this. I don't want to end up getting outpoked. And I'm pretty sure that they're duo queuing the solo and the jungle, so. This might be a tough game for me. Yeah, I think you kind of go Axe on anyone at this point. Maybe outside of Chuck. I feel like I wouldn't go Axe on Chuck. He needs the mana regen so badly that Bluestone just... It would feel weird not going for it. At least I wouldn't recommend it on Chuck. But I also haven't tried it. For all I know, he's still fine, but... I don't know. All I'm really hoping here is that I think the weakest link is probably the duo lane in this game. I hope Elio can take care of that one, because I'm not sure what I can actually do in solo here. If he starts struggling, he was just gonna tell Dark that he's struggling, and then Dark just comes by.
Minions
ruins my day.
Spawned.
Granted, I'm still Odin, so I think once I get like 2 or 3 items online, I shouldn't really be that easy to kill. It's not so bad.
Bathe the glow.
Yeah, this is the level 3 I'm a bit more afraid of. Rogers has very dominant clear once he hits level 3. Has all these stuff.
Retreat!
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
ready.
Okay. Enemy ultimate incoming.
An ally has been slain.
I'm not sure why Alma went in there. Should have been fine.
An ally has been slain. Tower is under attack.
Ah, he's not level 5. That really sucks.
An ally has been slain.
This is so unfortunate that Alma just went in there. I don't know why she did. That should have been such a good fight for us. Honestly, it should have been free.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
It was same as Smite 1 though. Like, Ra has always been really good at the early levels, but Ra just isn't as good coming out of solo, going into a mid and late game.
Ultimate is ready.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Down upon you.
I know. Coming. Thanks.
An ally has been slain. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill.
Barkas with a triple.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I am so far behind in XP, it's actually kind of crazy.
Down upon you. An ally has been slain.
He went Mystic Mill as well.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies have returned to base.
Your left tower is under
Yeah, I mean, this will just it's just gonna be an unkillable Raw. I need to finish my stuff here. Otherwise, I don't have a single chance of ever dealing with Raw. I also feel my Odin is a little sloppy. I have not played this god since he was good.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I mean, you can build Mystical Man anything really, but you know, it's just gonna be better in others. Once again, like once Ra hits late game stages with a Mystical Mail, that won't matter. You don't want to be that close to them as Ra,
Killing spree.
because you can't get away.
Shut down. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
At the backside.
I'll try and steal this.
Or may not.
Yeah, try to see if I can stun Thanet before he stunned me.
Okay. Enemies in the right lane. Yes.
I think it's kind of over though. Like Barkas is just so fit now that he's actually just roaming to solo,
Tower is under attack.
and he's same level as me.
Your left tower is under attack.
It is 4-14. I just realized how actually over this game is. This might just be an early surrender. I don't actually see us winning this when we're losing in every lane.
Your right tower is under attack. slain.
Probably did this, I imagine. Yeah. It's not really any farm for me to take.
Be careful.
Retreat!
Complete it.
This is going to hurt!
Actually, never mind. Thinking about it, we only have a chance maybe because we have very good objective comp. If we can control objectives a bit later or try and sneak stuff, maybe we can win.
Tower is under attack. Killing spree.
But I doubt it. They're just running away with the lead.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm gonna rotate for this.
So cool.
Double kill.
Doesn't matter. They just control the game better. I don't really think there's much to do. They have a duo queue that's very dominant.
Your right
Yeah,
tower.
yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Your left tower is under attack.
Going to hurt!
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enemy missing right!
An enemy has been slain. Bathe the glow. Shut down. Bathe the glow. Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean that's what's gonna happen to Ra into our comp. The further in we go. He can't get away from our armor.
That was awesome. Attack left lane. On my way.
The pirate has arrived.
He does have shell, so getting out of my ring is gonna happen pretty often, I think, but
Behind us.
even so.
Killing spree.
Ultimate is ready on my way.
I assume blue is done. Yeah.
Killing spree. Your left tower is under attack. Rampage. Your middle tower is under attack. Bathe the glow. Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's go finish Mystical Mail. That's not what I want. I'll just grab these actually. I don't think I want to buy for a full item for this yet, but I'll buy a little bit anti-healing for him. Because I feel like I need Brit Win as soon as I can. I need the cooldown.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
Your team has destroyed the Pyramid.
Nice job.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your left tower is under attack.
Going to hurt. Yes.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been
I
destroyed.
do want to see if I can actually
Unstoppable.
Steel is blue again.
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the gold. Shut down.
Chip.
Didn't need to sunder it. If I can just make it to my own here. Nope, could not. That sucks. Didn't think I was in execute range.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down!
Attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Big.
An enemy has been slain.
Damn, that's really big.
An enemy has been slain.
You deserve some praise.
Damn, wins all around. Good shit. Finally back.
On my way.
On my way.
This darkness effect? Wait, what darkness effect?
Too close.
Enemy ultimate down. Ultimate is down.
On my way.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
What a meta.
Right back.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer. The glow. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Well, that sucks.
Be right back.
Rampage.
We're just all dying now after getting fire.
Enemy spotted. Enemies incoming.
Be careful.
Dude, how are they immuning all my shit? Fucking shell and Aegis and fuck me, man. I played that pretty badly as well.
Working, bro. You shouldn't be on 5k, bro.
Okay. Attack the Gold Fury!
Do I just go actually Stampede might be nice here. At the same time, I really do need some protection against these boys. On the magic side of things. Maybe just go beats. Get some cooldown as well.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Oh, the Ra 2 thing, I see. Yeah, the darkness effect it's a choice.
Tower is under attack.
You can still just make it a blind, but it's because it's like the darkness mode, I guess. Just dark mode so it doesn't hurt your eyes, going to just flashing to white. So it's a setting. You can just turn it off if you don't like it. Though in this case I have turned mine on because I'm pretty sensitive to light.
Completed.
My bad eyes.
The
Well,
pirate
Walker, man, holy
has
shit, man.
arrived.
How the fuck are you so useless, man?
An ally has been slain.
This guy is nearly 5k, bro. Ain't doing shit.
So cool. That's so cool.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing. Careful left.
Enemy spotted.
Let's check the buffs. See if Road is up as well. It's not. Tragic. Ah, well, come on,
Ally has been slain.
Hero. Defend the fire giant. You're my hero.
The heat bears down upon you. Bathe in the glow.
Attack.
Bathe in the glow.
I was waiting for the fucking fan ult so I could jump it, and I just got impaled and died instead. Yeah, no, I feel super useless as Odin in this game.
An ally has been slain.
I can barely move because they just all turn on me in a situation like that.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemies at the fire giant. The glow.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
They have a really annoying like peel comp as well. They have 2 shells. Dude, how do they have 2 shells? Ain't no way they have 2 shells on the 2 mages. How is Kukulkan not dying more? Though I guess it's just because they're fed everywhere else as well, but... Dude, Kukulkan into Artemis as well as like Amma? I feel like he should be dying on cooldown, but...
Brother, oh my god, bro. You use your fucking brain.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Hero.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Dude, fucking hell. I'll admit that I just kind of got fucked by on her there. It sucks for me that he was right there. I don't even know who this on her is, but he just fucked me over for sure. I could have beat this impale, I just didn't think it was gonna do that much damage to me.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Hey Nectoria. I did stream last 2 days as well. Just very short. Yes. Let's see if he can hold 10 seconds.
Bro, quit this game, Vulcan, bro. Holy shit, you're so fucking garbage, man. iPhone 8K MMR, man, for no reason. Quit that game, bro.
Yeah, they were a bit later in the day. Well, this is really unfun playing Odin. Like, full on passive, fucking... Like, yeah, whatever. Passive raw, you just can't kill him, because I'm Odin, I don't do enough damage to really kill a full damage raw. Or rather, full tank raw. Like Kukulkan with Shell as well. I feel like he should have died way more, man. There's no way you go Shell on Kukulkan and you don't get punished for it. But I think that's cause obviously one of the things. He's also into a like a Kepri as well as a Vulcan. Like it's hard to punish something like that with these two characters. Well, not on Kepri, I guess. Just fucking one him and he should die. Yeah, it is what it is. Like I don't think Vulcan did that bad. Obviously, yeah, he could have done better, but like whatever, man. Honor did a lot better than I expected. I would say that. He hit a lot of stuff. But I also think Honor is one of the better ADCs into something like Odin, because the slow is so dominant. If I ever jump, I cannot get out of that slow. If it wasn't because the slow immune item was so fucking expensive, I could have just bought that. But that shit is way too expensive. Casual to win. I don't know. I don't play casuals that much, except if it's just super late at night. Like I did some casuals yesterday at like 2 AM. I did some Achilles games. I fell out playing Achilles, and I wanted to try Merlin. Merlin's ass. He's terrible. I went almost full items this game, and sure, like this may not look that bad, but my god, I felt so bad. I did no damage this game. People just don't understand him? What do you mean? I think he's terrible. And I say that as in the case where mages are bad. He might just be bad because of mages right now being bad. I'm just saying he does fucking 0 damage. I do more damage playing a full tank than he does with his full fucking kit. Granted, some tanks are just kind of OP right now. You're gonna have to do a lot of talking to convince me that Merlin is good. I'm not saying his kit is bad, I'm simply saying right now he's bad. When I did all my abilities on a single target who was a mage, I did half their HP. It was terrible. It wasn't good. It just felt like no matter what I did, I could have done way more than any other mage in the game. Like, Acne is also pretty bad in terms of damage, but like, there's no way you're telling me he's better than Anubis or... Like, let's look at the mages real fast. I guess that's not really a whatever mid. I think Poseidon is better. Obviously, Bari is better, but I think Zeus would be better. Vulcan's better. Morgan's better. Salt's better. I feel like at least they do some damage. Yeah, I think I want to play some Achilles today. Hello, Enix. Yeah, I think I'm just being realistic when I'm saying I think he's bad at the moment in Smite 2. But once again, almost every mage is bad in Smite 2 right now. Some mages you can make work, and that doesn't really sound good. Like Aphrodite isn't broken because she's a mage; it's because she's a support, and that's literally the only mage you would ever ban. Bari, I suppose, is also a quote-unquote mage, but you don't build her like a mage. You build her full physical, even if she still does like she's good because she can build strength. So it's just intelligence being kind of bad. I think Bari is pretty cool. She's not a god for me, like not yet at least. I haven't really felt a whole lot of like fun when I play her, but I do think she is cool. She's got a pretty cool kit, and it will be more fun to play against her once it feels more balanced. Yeah, I don't think I've met her since the patch, and I think she was nerfed a little bit. But she's got a very dominant kit, for sure, if she gets elite. I think people mostly ban her just out of fear, because she can definitely be killed. Like she is a... What's a good example of her, compared to another god? She is basically kind of like an Anubis, I guess, where she's got really low mobility, and can very easily just be caught, but she does a fuck ton of damage. And she's got an ultimate that makes her pretty hard to kill. Where Anubis is more like just the amount of healing he can do, but Bari's ultimate obviously is a potential cheat death. She does feel like an assassin, yeah, that's true. A ranged assassin. She does have that vibe. She's got like that Morgan Le Fay vibe. She also really feels like an assassin to a certain extent. I also miss Morgan. I just... When I came back in Season 11 of Smite, obviously I had a lot of learning to do. But once I got into the meta and I learned the meta, and I started branching out, trying new things, the two gods I really fell in love with, in terms of like quote-unquote new gods for me, was Morgan as well as Clio. Or Cliodne, or whatever, how the fuck you actually say her name. I just say Clio. But those two gods I really want to play more of. And Morgan was very, very soon banned because she was bugged, and I never got to play her again. So I want to play her. I just started really liking her. So that sucked. I was really sad about that. Like she had her two like firing twice or something like that. You could like super easily glitch it, and so they disabled her, and they never turned her back on for the time for the duration that I played her, or that I played until Smite 2 came out. So I never got to play her. I started playing mid a lot more, and I just picked her, and I went against some pretty like high tier mids and mid players, and I had so much fun with her. I also want to play more Ra when I play mid, but I feel like Ra at the moment is so bad in Smite 2, playing around mid, just because of how the lane is structured. Because it's so easy to gank low mobility in both duo as well as mid. I think that's the main issue with the lanes for me, is that it feels like it's so easy to gank them. Because the walls are so close to the lane that you can literally just have people jumping over or blinking over and one-shot you. And I'm sorry, but that feels like shit. What the hell do I pick into a chalk? It's gonna be the same too, I believe. It's gonna be Dark and that dude. I don't know how to say his name. Luthor. Jumpy's ult. I think it's fine. I'll just do Thor. Fenrir is gonna get shit on by Chuck doing the laning phase. Alright, there's a Merlin. I have seen some Merlin do just fine. Like, I don't think Merlin is just this unplayable god, but I do think he is pretty bad. From what I've seen so far. I've seen one good, like, Merlin game from someone so far. I'll be back real fast, guys.
Thor.
Alright. Pretty much a lot of the same players from the last one. Alright. It's definitely a beats game for me on Thor, I think. No, I don't think I want both. Thank you very much. Yeah, there's a lot of sun coming out now. My dog Alter just came to me and said, please, lift me into the window. And I don't really want to do that while I'm streaming, because I can't really supervise it very well. And once he wants to go down, I might be in a team fight. So, I'll pass for now. And he's very upset about it. But as a result, I'm trying to see if I can get some sun in my apartment somewhere so he can go lay in that instead. He just wants to lay in the sun. But I made a spot. We'll see if he notices it. He might not.
Minions have spawned.
Have fun. Terrifying.
Next time, it will go better.
Crush them! Thanks. Be gone! If you have power,
Bye.
you do not need luck.
Using a bit too many of my pots here. I might have to back early. He has double pots. Or chalice and pots, so...
So sorry.
That's his Sunder, though. It's very good for me. He pretty much used all of his pots. Like, this is huge. Now we're just even. And I have more items than him, so... He did go aspect chuck, so maybe he's gonna go for a full damage chuck though. Like aspect chuck with like while being tank isn't really that good. Like having the heal is way more dominant.
Oh no.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy missing right.
Enemy missing. Careful left.
I lost so many creeps for backing my when I did.
Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
I'm just not 5 yet.
Be careful.
We got the buff and I really wish I hit level 5 off of that. But that super sucks.
Missing middle.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy
I
has
really
been
don't want to
slain.
back until I can finish it. Because I don't have TP either. So backing now would just be kind of for nothing. Damn, he got the kill. That's why he's a full level up on me. Okay.
Enemy missing middle.
This does suck though, meeting the same duo queue twice in a row now, because they will just do the same shit as a solo and jungle. And like invading blue makes sense. It's what they should do realistically when they're duo queuing. Try and push that lead they have as a team, but it super sucks for me. Because that's twice now he's gotten a lead as a result of it. There's nothing I can do about it.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy missing right. An ally has been slain.
Terrifying.
Your left tower is under attack.
My hammer did not want to go off when I pressed
The
it the first time.
enemy team has destroyed the
That's
goal.
weird.
Your left tower is under attack.
The waters brim in excitement.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't leech it in time. Thought I was actually out of it. I just can't really fight him anymore.
Your middle tower is under attack.
When he's got such a big lead on me.
Killing spree. Double kill.
He's just getting so fed again.
Your middle tower is under attack. On my way. Slain an enemy.
How humiliating.
Your right tower is under attack.
Be right back.
Retreat. An ally has been slain.
I mean, brother,
Left tower is under attack.
what are we doing up there?
Rampage.
He literally just walked across mid. Oh, we're not seeing him.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate down. Your middle tower is under attack.
Not sure I can actually do anything about this.
Quit annoying me.
An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Vacation.
Your middle tower is under
It's
attack.
just waiting for cooldowns.
Missing middle. Be careful, right?
An enemy has been slain. You rock.
Well, if Jack died, I might stick around for another wave.
Enemy spotted.
The waters brim in excitement.
Master wizard.
On my way. Ultimate is down.
There's no way I got out.
An ally has been
Okay.
slain. I feel that in the morning. Your left tower is under attack. Warrior's tool.
Yeah, it was a weird. I knew it was coming though, because the mid said it. Like the fact that he kept looking at me was weird. But
Okay.
Whatever. Kind of worked out for me anyway.
You have made me so proud.
Don't know why I checked that. I literally just did it myself.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Bella here.
I'm here. Can we defend it?
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy
Done
missing
already.
middle.
Enemies at the graveyard.
The enemy team has destroyed
I
the
mean, I have healing and he doesn't, so maybe I can do something here. Oh.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I just need to back here, that sucks. Probably gonna lose a lot of the wave. I thought I had that trade more, but once he got the creeps and I didn't, and I just ended up taking too much wave damage.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh my god. Now I'm just shooting myself in the foot.
Your right
Main
tower
is here too.
is under attack. Enemy missing right.
Ultimate is ready. Attack.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy missing right. Missing right. Spree. An enemy has been slain.
Jack probably TP'd.
To back him low.
Oh, there's no way, man. He's so low. I should have thought that Chuck might be rotating. I could have just ulted. I didn't think about Chuck. I was like, I can still win here. I'm sad. Oh well, at least getting the ADC is something. Still, I should absolutely have had Merlin there.
On my way.
At least with Erendite now, I should have some nice damage. I never know what to build in terms of magic defense. Like, I'm going pretty well next, but after that, I have absolutely no idea what I'm building.
Enemies at the fire.
They just all feel kind of bad.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Enemies incoming left.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has slain.
Defend the Gold Fury.
Enemy missing right.
Want to make sure Chalk didn't steal my blue.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
I don't think we get offended, boys, without our ADC.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. An ally has been slain.
Like, we just shouldn't go in there. Just leave it.
Your left tower
Our ADC is literally dead. Why would we go in?
An ally has been slain.
Like, I could have rotated, I just didn't think we needed to, because it didn't make sense. And as a result of that, now they're gonna get fire.
Your middle tower is under attack.
My fire.
On my way.
Your right tower is under attack.
Can't see me, can you? Not as it looks.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. The Pyroman has arrived. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. I'll defend right lane.
The tide.
An ally has been slain.
Oh, the slow. I should just beat that.
Free.
I am terrible.
Killing spree.
I am actually terrible. Should. Okay. I didn't realize his. What is it? The 2 or the 1 that slows that much? Fuck, I forgot. That was terrible. Yeah, aspect removes the double tap. I guess it's the scaling as well, right? So no, just hammer doesn't do that much, but it still has pretty high base damage, to be fair. And then besides from that, that's kind of it, honestly. But no matter what, it's just better.
Under attack.
In almost every scenario. Like, Aspect Thor is the reason why he's so good and so on. It also heals him every 3rd attack when you hit the same enemy.
Enemy team
That's
has
the charge
destroyed
thing you
the
see,
Pyroman.
or like the 3 dots you see
Your
above
left
enemies
tower
when you hit them.
has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack. Your
It was
middle
super
tower
broken when it
is
came
under
out,
attack.
so it's been nerfed quite a bit. It was like a 10% heal.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Be careful, middle. Enemy missing right.
They have 3 shields.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. On my way.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Enemy spotted.
I mean... Okay. He had to back, but that's so awkward. I thought we could fight that. If Odin just turned, we'd just kill him. He was literally right in front of him
Okay.
in the very beginning. Nice, that's huge. I'll take that on me myself though. I guess I was out of position.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Killing spree. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. On my way.
Enemy missing!
Killing spree. An enemy has been slain. The Pyromancer has arrived.
Next time, it will go better.
The ultimate down. I ain't going back to the pen, you hear? Retreat.
Wasn't too.
An ally has been slain.
And he's 1 HP.
On my way.
Thanks.
Gang, enemy ultimate down. Chase
On
the
my
enemy.
way.
Okay.
Fucking amazing.
Has destroyed the fire. An enemy.
Just got fire while we did this. That's so tragic. We didn't even know it spawned, I guess. Otherwise I should have just gone to it. It's not really worth it for us. I mean, we killed one dude.
The enemy
And that
team
dude's
has
gonna be so
destroyed the
tanky.
Pyro. Your right tower is under attack.
Mansell of Discord made a huge difference there.
Attack, enemy missing.
Maybe that's what I need to buy instead.
Retreat left. Enemy spotted.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Be careful!
An enemy has been slain.
Right lane!
Dude, ain't no way.
Double kill. Killing spree. Your team has destroyed your middle tower is under attack.
I don't actually want to respond to that. Damn, that was close.
Has been slain. Deicide. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
I don't really think going for the dancer is the play in general, though. Is he really the problem here? I get it, it's a free kill. We definitely could have done it, but I just feel like we would have wasted so much effort on a single dancer to get what? Like, just...
Your titan is under attack.
If it wasn't for what I did there, Pele would have just... we guess we got deicide either way, but Pele would have just killed people even faster if I didn't land on her when she got in there.
The enemy team has destroyed
Just a matter of
the
not following the
gold
same
turret.
calls, I suppose, because we could have just pushed right as well.
Enemies in the right lane.
I was looking out for shit while Cupid was pushing, in case someone rotated.
An ally has been slain. Enemy ultimate down.
All the creeps again.
Has arrived.
If I'm lucky, I can still snag him.
Ally has been slain.
Set up an ambush here. Too bad.
No, I guess he backed. I need to finish my starter. It's gonna help a lot in just
Your
poking.
left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your left phoenix is under attack. Your left phoenix has been destroyed.
Suddenly they all showed up. These fights just so weird. Like, it's like we can't kill the fucking Ymir smacking people in the back. I'm definitely looking to chase this. Oh, I'm sad. That's kind of on me. I thought the wall was gonna reach the whole side there.
Has been slain. An ally has been slain. Killing spree. I'll feel that in the morning.
But it definitely hurts now, because I don't have quite enough magic defense to really deal with it. Oops. All the clones confuse my eyes. I'm not sure which one is the real one. I just don't really have the time to think about it all that much.
Your Titan is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Enemies in left lane. Enemy spotted.
Ultimate is ready.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
That's not the button I wanted to press at all.
Your right Phoenix has been destroyed.
I mean, we're holding on, but it's so sloppy, and I don't think we can really get anything out of it.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Ultimate is down.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
Ultimate is ready. On my way.
Might be both.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm not reading chat too much in Boom, guys. I'm so focused on this fucking game.
On my way.
The walls. My hammer got caught. Oh, I don't even know what went wrong. Also, we definitely are doing the wrong thing by focusing Ymir, but I really thought we could kill him faster if we all went on him. He literally just took no damage from all that. Oh, that is huge if we get her. That's so unfortunate. Damn. That sucks that we lost that game. Just a single team fight difference that game.
Defeat.
We did end up struggling a bit more with our team comp, I think, because we didn't have an actual assassin on our team that could just go one-shot someone. I think I should have went for more damage. Like, Odin played super well, but Odin obviously, just as a god, cannot just go one-shot someone, like the same way Pele can. Actually, where am I now? Don't throw me out of deity again. No, oh no, it's my demotion game. I can't lose, guys. I can't lose. Not again. Today is pretty rough for me. I feel like I'm playing kind of bad today. I'm making more mistakes than I should. Granted, that does happen a lot more when you play against good players, because they take advantage of bad plays a lot easier. And I've been against some good players today. My main reason for thinking I should have had more damage is because I couldn't just go kill Danza. That feels weird. As Thor, as Thor tank, Danza should be so easy for me to deal with. Especially because I have Magi's and Beats and even Discord by the end. So that he can't even CC me. I feel there's no way I should ever lose this trade. Remove your aspect and you win? I don't think so. Because then I wouldn't have the heal and I would be way less tanky. I should have just built more damage and still be tanky. I think in every way the aspect is just better than not at the moment. Yeah, that's also true. I would have lost lane very, very hard if I didn't have aspect. The only way I'm able to box a Chuck is because I have some healing. And also because he didn't have the, or rather he had the aspect, meaning he didn't have healing. Because realistically, I think I should have lost that matchup no matter what. At a certain point, Chuck just becomes this unkillable tank monster that you cannot really deal with. Unless you're the same thing, like Cabrakan or some shit. But even then, Chuck has the heal, which is just such a massive advantage. But since he didn't go for it in this game, it was a lot easier to deal with. I'm actually curious. I can't even see builds, can you? Damn it. I want to see what he built. Because I don't actually think he went for that much damage, but I'm not sure. Granted, I guess I didn't really look at it that much, but Saul definitely did not do a whole lot of damage this game. We did have a problem here. Well, now that I'm looking at it. Alright, I'm gonna open the queue game. Okay, remake Ares. I don't even want to dare think about what they would make if they wanted to remake him. They would keep the chains and then give him something else broken. I think it just needs to revert the old change. That's literally it. The old feels like shit. No, I'm mid. I'm glad I hit the Nika Q, I guess, but I don't like that I'm mid. Because I don't know what to play in this role to deal any damage. Actually, maybe I do. Maybe I'll just go Zeus and go tank. Can try Merlin now. I don't want to try him, I already played him. I thought he felt like shit, and I don't want to do it again. I've never been much of a Merlin player in general. Yeah, I mean, Anubis is probably just the best mage in terms of just damage output still. My gut still says I want to play Ra though. But I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah, my usual mids that I like to play just aren't really here outside of Ra, I think. Let me try and think. I liked Malkin Le Fay at the end of Smite 1. Thoth was one of my mains in terms of mages. Ra is one. Vulcan is fine, but I feel like Vulcan has always been a bit weird. Like, he's just a 50-50 god and how useful you're gonna be, depending on how, I guess, consistent you are with the ult and also what you're against.
Select your god.
What the fuck do I go then? I'll play Zeus. I want to try the new skin as well. Or the new old skin. I also forgot to open my app to make sure that I don't get bad ping. Luckily, so far, I actually have had fine servers, but I just want to open it just in case anyway. I wonder, can I tell already? Yeah, I guess I can tell already if I have a good server now. Interesting. I think Ra's main issue in this, in Smite 2, is that he's not, like, he is good, I think, personally, I would say. Obviously, mages are just overall not great at the moment, but even in the metas where they were, Ra was still good. It's just that he's so easy to gank. Like, you jump him as something like Fenrir and he just dies. You jump him as something like a Wheelix, he just fucking dies. And it's because it's so easy to gank mid. But he's still great when like super good, I think, mid in potential like competitive, because you can. That's why he's bad. I mean, that's the thing though. Zeus was good, but he's also has low mobility. You know. He's just, I feel like, better if you have some kind of what's the word for it? Like, if you kind of you have more time to react to it, which you had in Smite 1, because you couldn't just jump over a wall and gank mid unless you went to like red buff or like the weird side camps in mid. You had more time to actually be ready for a gank. In Smite 2, you just don't. They're right in front of you from the get-go. That's the problem. That's also why, in general, low mobility isn't as good. Like, once more mobility mages come into play, people will just play those instead. Granted, Agni has been kind of ass for a while, but that's just because he hasn't been like touched in any way. Do I still do? Do I still do Mage Zeus? I suppose I need to. But I think I am doing Warrior's Axe. Otherwise I'm just dead on cooldown. I thought about doing the auto attack Zeus again, but I think we actually need the damage. I won't do it, but I will do Warrior's Axe. I cannot wait for my ass to just be jumped by Achilles, getting Neath ulted, Vulcan ulted, Ares chaining me. It's gonna be great. I'm really looking forward to it.
Minions have spawned.
I feel like my mid is a bit sloppy now, but that was a time when I, you know, like ended up queuing a lot into the Nika queue, and obviously he just gets solo because he's usually higher elo. Sometimes he swaps, sometimes he doesn't. But I would get mid a lot then, so I just kind of learned how to play mid. I enjoyed it a lot too, I would say. Now not so much, I would say.
Take this jungle buff.
Thanks.
No.
Be careful, right? Enemy missing.
You own me. Attack!
Only annoying part about going warriors now is that I don't have any mana regen. Dude, I can't see the charges? That's so bad. That's really bad. Is that a skin bug?
Sharp blades and sharper minds. Double kill.
An ally has been slain.
Please mute him. Is this really that loud for you guys? I can see if I can turn it down a bit, but
Okay.
I would like to like voice on. Whoops. No, actually, I pressed that.
An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
You're in speakers, yeah.
Good shit.
Slain. You could use
He is also loud, I will say that. He has a very peaking microphone.
under attack.
Ares is still here for some reason.
Vulcan
No, don't
is-
worry. They got my buff, but that's cool.
Let me see, can you just turn them down a bit?
Sorry. Cancel that. Being better than you?
They're missing an entire wave, so I don't give a fuck.
Yo, Susano, I'm doing XP.
Ultimate is ready.
Your end comes swiftly.
Enemy ultimate down.
Give me a second, something just happened, so I kinda need to stick around for that fight, but I wanna still see if I could just turn it down a bit. This guy. That sucks, man. I'll turn it all down then in the settings. That's this one. Let's try that. Problem is, like, because the guy from last game, he was still kind of just bitching, I guess. In my first game, I guess it was super quiet.
I'm dead. His jump's done.
Like, that's really quiet for me now, but I suppose that'll have to work for this game. Yeah. Ouch. That sucks. That would have been such a good chain lightning if I just did it. I like having voice chat on. I'll mute the annoying people for the most part, but
Enemy missing right. Enemy ultimate down. Okay.
let's grab some cooldown from Deso here. I might go for something like a Shifters as well in this game, just to still get some protection, but while still getting some power. Still think Shifters is a nice item for that.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy missing middle.
Attack the gold
That's
fury.
stupid.
An ally has been slain.
We're doing gold.
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. On my way. Okay. An ally has been slain.
Oh,
Okay. Complete.
just Ares doing our buffs, it seems.
They're just hard focusing you guys.
An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
That's fuck.
Enemies incoming right. An enemy has been slain.
On my way.
Your left tower is under attack. Don't worry about it.
Sorry. For what? Being better than you? Yes.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate down.
I'll attack left lane.
Enemy missing right.
Interesting. But like right there is one of the issues with Vulcan, right? Like most other gods will at least be able to somehow hit an ult or have the ult do something useful, but Vulcan just straight up whiff it. And it's pretty damn easy to juke too, if you have just a little bit of movement speed.
Killing spree. I'll gank. On my way. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Be careful left.
An ally has been slain.
to you guys.
Your team has destroyed a left.
Ares is just so carrying this game for them right now. I'm not really sure what Nemesis is running around doing in the meantime. Just need him to follow the Ares. But again, he's also a Nemesis support. Like, we have zero setup and CC for this. It is kind of not good.
Has been slain. Double kill. Rampage. Your right tower is under attack. The Pyromancer has arrived. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Go get him, Tiger.
This guy's pretty funny.
On my way. Be careful, middle.
You can actually feed on mid underneath Susano if you want. He's pretty bad.
Gank.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Watch out. Weak guy.
Has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Let's get more speed. I'll go fucking do more. Hey, Zav. Good to see you, man. And Dan. Hello, boys. I just went, because I'm not too used to playing mid, Zav, so I just decided to go Warriors and hope for the best.
Under attack.
Because I'm against Awilix, Ares, and Achilles, so I was like, fuck it. I don't want to die on cooldown. I'll build something to try and stay safe that I know is still like fine. Like Axe and Zeus is obviously something I know. We're building it in solo, even though I usually go for a more of an auto attack build when I do that.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold. Your left tower is under attack.
Attack. On my way.
And right now, I mean, the biggest issue in this isn't so much what I've built, because I've done good damage.
Never mind.
The issue is that we have Nemesis support, who is doing, like, he's playing well. It's just, it's Nemesis support. I can't do anything with this Ares in my ass the whole game.
Middle tower is under attack.
Like, we have no CC in this team comp. It's absolutely terrible. Or like no like scary CC. Like Dancer 2 can just be avoided.
Your middle tower is
Zeus, Chain Lightning is obviously not something we can just use on like on an instant. The best CC we have is Colonel's ultimate, and even that shit can you just dash out of. So we just don't have a whole lot of stuff to really use in this team comp.
killing it.
I won lane so hard too. I almost killed Vulcan a few times. Got in his Aegis, shit like that.
An ally has been slain.
This should be a blast.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
No.
Bro, don't fucking see me, bro.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Promotion. Attack fire giant. Group up. under attack.
Chase the enemy. Enemy spotted. On my way. Let's settle this with style.
Shut down. You could use a freeze.
No.
On my way.
Ow. Oh yeah, the aspect doesn't have the taunt, that's true. I'm pretty sure he also did this just to try and like do fire early. He might not have expected to go into actual good players. I don't know how hard his games have been today, but
Attack. Group up.
Completed.
surprised I didn't get that kill. Detonated too early, probably.
Be right back. Enemies behind
Chase
us.
the enemy.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I don't know why I aimed that chain lightning, to be honest.
Attack the Gold Fury. You bunch of jamoos. Double kill. Yes.
Okay.
Gold Fury. Help. Enemy ultimate down.
We can still do gold if we just go now.
On my way. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Be careful. Woohoo! Yay! So much enthusiasm.
Drop level.
Woohoo! Yay! So much enthusiasm.
Your middle tower is under attack. Missing middle.
Enemies in the right.
Any words?
Attack middle.
Damn it! I don't know why I chased! I really wanted that kill, man. I was still hoping they weren't gonna rotate on me. That fast, at least. I could maybe have done better as well by not running to the fucking camps as well. Because if I had a chain lightning on two of them... Oh, watch this. It could be really big. Oh well. Realistically, once my chain lightning didn't hit him the first time on the wave, I should have just not chased it.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Because my ult would never hit three charges, so and I still ulted even then. I made like 3 bad decisions in a row by trying to go for that kill. I should have just not.
the enemy.
No, there's one on mid.
Ultimate is ready.
Sharp
Enemies have
blades
returned to
Attack
base.
right lane.
Enemies have returned to base.
Oh, so
Attack
quiet.
right lane.
Finally.
Yeah, missing middle.
Slain an enemy.
Oh, shit, yes, or jump out.
Yes.
Neith fucking hurts with her abilities.
Can I use my drink ticket on this?
Maybe Obsidian Shard was bad here, actually, when I think about it. Maybe not.
Your middle tower is under attack. Shut down. You could use a promotion.
Attack fire giant.
On my way.
On my way.
Group up. Defend the fire giant.
I'll take the trade. I did some good damage at least to them. And I think the Achilles is way more important for their team than I am for my team. Got the wheeling sold as well. I feel like I do enough damage too. Maybe I just go protection for the next.
Enemy ultimate down. This should be a blast.
Brother, just go closer, man. It's so much easier to hit autos when you're up close.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant. Don't worry about it.
Gank.
Your sins are revealed.
Judgment is my domain. There's no running from me.
I could use just 200 more gold. Gotta upgrade that axe.
Gold Fury. On my way. An enemy has been slain. An enemy
Be
has
right
been
back.
slain.
We're not doing gold yet,
Get
I
out, get
guess.
out, get out. Oh my god, you're fucked.
An ally has been slain.
Need healing.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
On my way. Style. Almost as much as me.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Enemies have
Be
returned
right
to
back.
base. Yes.
Let's group up after.
Be right back.
I think it's fair to be nervous queuing rank for the first time in a while. Don't worry about it.
Can I use my
Let's get Berserkers. Gonna be one hell of a build I'm going with here. But I legit feel like my damage is enough. So whatever. I just want to try and survive, because they have so much shit to throw at me, and I just die. So if I miss Chain Lightning, I literally just die for no reason. But without doing anything. he can solo.
On my way. Attack!
Your team has destroyed the Pyramid. An enemy.
Oh, let's just stay group. We can end this if we group.
Attack the Titan!
Just go left.
Attack
Heal is
middle
coming
lane.
soon.
I'll attack
Guns
left
up.
lane. Yes.
Okay.
Sure. Better not die though.
Attack middle lane.
I got
I'm just dead as well. I heard someone say we're going left, so I went left and no one else came. We're getting Phoenix still, so it's still fine.
No problem. You could use a promotion.
At least I didn't lose.
Victory.
No demotion for me just yet. I don't know if I had fun this game, to be honest. Yeah, my damage wasn't a huge problem in this one. That's also why I went defense in the end. Not that it fucking mattered, because Achilles, the tank, by the way, still one-shot me. To be fair, I didn't really have it online yet, so, but still. No, dude. I'm gonna try and trade. Maybe Wingu wants to play ADC for some reason. If he doesn't, then I will... Alright, that's fine. Now I just don't know what to play. Oh, Nick missed Q? Damn. You can do both, Okami. It depends on what you're against. Like, in some matchups, Life Banner is better. Other matchups, Mystic Hero is better. So, like, Mystic Hero is just probably the safest option if you want to just stay safe. You should go both items either way. Like, just first or second. Like, those two items should just be your first items. Dude, I wish Apollo was in the game. Right now I'm like, oh shit. We're going for Amma ADC. We have Bellona. Fantastic. I don't need to play a warrior. I can play an ADC. But there's none of the fun ADCs in the game in solo yet. No. I want to play
Select
them.
your god.
Do I just do Odin as well? I'll do an Odin game again. Oh, surely it's better this time. What do you mean Odin troll? Odin's one of the best solos.
Lord of demons and
Odin is apparently really good now. Which does make sense, considering it's a tank meta. What the fuck am I against? It's gonna be either the bots or the, wait. Yeah, it's gonna be bots, I guess. Wait. Maybe not. I don't know. They have a weird fucking comp. I think I'm just gonna rush Mystic Mill on this one.
All right. Stop that.
terrifying.
No.
Nictura, there's no way you don't know Odin is OP now, huh? Damn, have you been living under a rock?
How exuberant! Minions have spawned.
Okay. Oh no, not like this.
We're so back.
Very well. You deserve some praise. Be gone!
Attack! I'm out of here.
Fuck, man. He might have Sunder as well, which means I need to be a lot more careful too. Damn, I need to just sit back then.
Completed.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing middle. Enemies have returned to base.
Don't want him to start hitting me while I don't have anything.
Careful, on my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
They're losing all their CC on me.
Attack! On my way.
Enemies in middle lane. An enemy has been slain.
You shine so bright. I'm out of here. Gleaming stars.
Enemy missing.
Yes, we're here to win.
Your
not have
left
fun.
tower is under attack.
Do not let it happen again.
Completed. Attack!
Enjoy this.
Tragic. Losing so much HP right after TPing.
Is under attack.
It's fine.
They didn't get blue buff. So overall, they won that trade.
Attack the Gold Fury!
Attack monkey. Be right back.
I was gonna use it on me.
Fury!
I'll just fucking jump on the spot, no problem.
An ally has been slain. Be careful, right? Killing spree. Shut down.
We've been in worse spots. Defend middle lane.
How are my minions winning? That's crazy. Or
Your right
losing, rather.
tower
Attack the
is
Gold
under
Fury!
attack.
On my way. Attack! On my way.
Attack monkey. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. An enemy has been slain.
I don't want to back until I can finish Mystical. Oh, I can finish Mystical.
Your
Never
right
mind.
tower is under attack.
Let's
Such joyous
go! Okay. Be right back.
An ally has been slain.
Been in worse spots.
Aaron died boats.
An enemy has been slain.
All right.
This is my true power.
I'll do Erendite Odin as well, actually. Last time I tried Runeforged, and I feel like I just did no damage. Granted, I was also against something tanky, but
Be right back.
I want to try something else this time.
An enemy has been slain.
All right. Attack! Enemy missing right.
Your right tower is under attack.
Help!
Enemy spotted. Attack.
Be right back. Like the sun, great.
Free your soul to the others.
On my way.
The double jump squad. Alright, Natura. No worries. Sleep well.
Gone slightly better. Could have gone
Way to
slightly
be a
better.
leader! Be right back. Tactical fury! Enemies in right lane.
Enemies in middle lane. Enemies in middle lane. Attack!
Ah, he threw it faster this time.
Ally has been slain.
Attack the gold fury!
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Okay. I trolled.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
I'm out of here. Enemy missing right.
I only have one stack. I should probably try and kill people more inside my ring. Just ult for no reason to get the stacks.
The pyromancer has arrived. Take this jungle back.
All right, attack the fire giant on my way.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Be right back.
Your left tower is under attack.
Be careful.
Killing spree. Stay a while. Your left tower is under attack.
Bye-bye.
Attack from the side. You have been slain. Could have gone slightly better.
Just didn't really have any way to get out there.
It's time. Free your soul to the others.
It's a really good emoji ult. Classic Nate.
Double kill. Rampage. Shut
I'm out
down.
of enemy missing right.
Double kill.
Completed.
Probably gonna do my blue as well.
Attack the gold fury on my way.
Maybe I can get tower or something. Nope. He backed.
Enemy missing.
He does have blue though, so he definitely has my blue.
Enemies in the left jungle.
shine
slain.
so bright. Return to base. Yes. Attack the fire giant. Yes. Attack. On my way.
I'm gonna back before fire spawns.
I'll defend middle lane.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Attack the fire giant. On my way.
Pyromancer has arrived. Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Ultimate is ready. Attack the fire giant. Take this jungle buff.
Your right tower is under attack.
Attack the fire giant.
Oh, the pawn slain an enemy. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Oops, he already died.
Okay. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Well, we lost fire.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy. Your left tower is under attack.
I honestly didn't even realize we were doing fire. Because I could have been there to ult as well. Keep them out and give attack speed boost and all that stuff.
Enemy ultimate down. Okay.
An ally has been
okay.
slain. Destroyed a right. Your middle tower is under attack.
It's too fucking fast.
Careful middle. Defend middle lane.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed your right. Your middle tower is under attack.
Chase the enemy. Attack.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a right enemy. An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower
Scram
is
metal
under
Discord.
attack. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Shut down.
Defend the Gold Fury. Ultimate is ready.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
That sucks, man. It's 1 HP. I don't even know what happened there. To be honest, how did we die in mid? Like, I thought it was just the fucking support and the... Yeah, it was. It was just the support, because I had Dancer and the Susano on me. How did we lose that? I think I'm fucking running Stampede at this point. They have so much slow. So annoying to deal with. And I don't even think we have a Stampede. Yeah.
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
This meta is so stupid, man.
Be right back.
Defend the fire giant.
Just gotta keep my Sunter for fire now.
Your left tower is under attack.
Fire giant.
On my way.
Your left tower is under attack. Double kill. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. The pyro.
I'm out of here. We're here to win, not have fun.
I cannot help but laugh a little bit at how stupid the meta is. The game was just completely, well, not completely even. We were like 5k gold ahead, I suppose, but like one fight just leads to the win there. And it wasn't even a team wipe, it was literally just a like 3-man kill. Kind of surprised at how much damage I had done that game, though. I feel like I wasn't almost just for battling bots, because I feel like we weren't really smacking each other that much. Yeah, it's really stupid. This meta, I've said it a few times on stream too, I think this is the worst meta Smite 2 has had. It's absolutely the worst. And it's super boring. Like, it's, if you have a coordinate, if you meet like a duo queue in the duo lane or something, and they have, let's say they go Amma as well as like any ADC, I guess, they can fully control on just doing gold at any point. Like, they had 1 kill in duo, maybe they go gold, they get it for free. Like, you can win super easily in rank right now because of it. I love the game, but holy shit, this meta is terrible. It's really fucking bad. It's kind of just back to what Smite used to be when Sunder was OP. It's just the problem is now that it's not even a Sunder problem. It's just that all objectives are too squishy. So you just go for the most broken objective killers and you win the game off of that. Wait, what's this? Is there a patch today? Give me a second. I got a message on my Discord here. Oh, I mean, as we're speaking about it, they're actually already nerfing it. Yeah, jungle base health changes have reverted. Yeah, they're being reverted already. Literally just went down. Well, I don't know if the patch is out yet, but I have the notes. Yeah, March 26th. So at some point today, unless it's already in, it should be going up. Yeah, let me just check. So Conquest, Firegen is being reverted, Gold is being reverted, Ancient Fury, Pyromancer, so just all the objectives, it seems, are being reverted. There's some item balance. You know what? Let me just do this. Let me throw it up for you guys so you can see it as well. I think I can just do this. Smite 2 hotfix. There we go. So, Blink, lower cooldown by 30 seconds. I don't really think this is going to make a big difference. Sunder nerf, damage per level, so the damage on Sunder, I think that's good. Because Sunder is very dominant. And so I do not know what the fuck anyway, but bug fixed. Erudite nerf, also good. And I think this is really big too. Reducing the damage they do to structures, Brackett's Harp as well as Sunbeam is huge as well. Like, this should already fix the meta, legitimately. Obsidian Shard has a shift. Holy shit. It's gonna be a lot more expensive, and it's gonna give you a lot more pen. Goddamn. Also, I am banning, so I will throw it back over here. I'll see if I can get Cabrakan. I haven't been able to really get him for a while, so... I'll ban Bari. I'll play an Afro if she's open. I can camp your lane now, great. I'm picking Cabrakan just for you. It's fine, I'm picking the Afro just for you.
Select your god.
Gonna go full tank Aphrodite and be unkillable, but I won't do any damage. Right, back to this. They're doing the same with Titanbane. This is interesting. To try and fix the pen problem. Suppose we'll see what happens. Warriors X nerf as well. I mean, this is also obviously huge. Increase the base heal though. That's also interesting. They're making more of a sustain thing. They're trying to give it. Trying to give it that more of a tank feel rather than a damage feel. I think this is good. I mean, overall, just a good change. This is actually a W patch, I think. They're kind of just adjusting a lot of the problems in the game at the moment. I hope this is fine as well. Obviously, I don't buy pin items. I don't main any of those roles, so I do not know how this will affect or how people feel about this. I'll just wait and see. It seems fine to me. But 3k is also a lot, you know. 3k is a lot for pen users, or I guess both int. I mean, a lot of int items are so expensive. So yeah, I don't know why the 4k 5 giant HP even like became a thing. It was crazy. And to be honest, same with gold. They just both died too fast. Granted, you can probably still do it with gold. Like, is 550 really gonna make a huge difference? Probably not, right? That's just Sunder, you know? But I do think it's good. Oh, I see. Never mind. It is actually 4K now. I see. Alright, I mean, W. I think that's pretty cool. W. Dude, what the fuck are you guys going over there? What is instead of Quebec in there? I can't even tell. I can't look at it. Oh, it's Cupid, okay. Chak Sobek. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard on Zucat, I agree. Like, I think it's worse for int than it is for strength. Just because a lot more... the general strength items are just way less expensive. I don't know any of my teammates. Why do I know all of yours? Aegis or Sunder? I'm really tempted to do Sunder. I kind of want to do Sunder. But no, that's probably stupid. I'll do Aegis.
Enchanting.
And oh my god, do I need to turn on some light because it's getting dark in my room now? Why do you even have an alternate? Isn't it worth it just to stay on one account? And create some reputation on that account? To challenge you? Like challenge in what way? Just try different things or what? I kind of did that with my ult. Jesus, that sound kind of scared me. I was like, what? We're being attacked. I was fiddling with my phone. Trying to turn on some fucking light.
No worries at all.
Yeah, move so much lower. I missed the creep.
Your middle tower is under attack.
He hit level 2? He did get 3 creeps? Ain't no way. How? Ah, Bluestone maybe. It does a lot of damage with that.
Enemy missing right.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful! Be careful left! Be careful left!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Damn. Almost got that one auto.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Back off. Hello.
Thanks.
That was nice of him to wait. He didn't really have to.
Okay. Back off.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
You rock.
You have slain an enemy.
You're on fire. Gank
Thanks.
middle lane.
I'm surprised he honestly ran into me like that. With that amount of HP. Oh, it's aspect chuck as well. That's great for me. That is really, really good for me. Talk about movement. Like just movement speed?
That was so amazing. Be careful. Back off. Oh my God.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Gank left lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
Hello.
Oh, make it move more smooth?
So,
So like just like animation talk?
Glory and honor.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it personally. I think it's fine. Some of them are maybe a bit clunky, I guess, but I don't really think it's a problem. I think there are other problems that should probably looked at first, personally, but the fuck do I know?
enemy missing right.
Enemy missing middle.
Leave me alone.
Be careful. Be right back.
I do more damage than I thought I would.
Your middle tower is under attack. Shut down. Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Okay.
Come back off. Enemy missing right.
Your middle tower is under attack.
He really does not to the wave. At all, it seems.
An enemy has been slain.
Come, my dove. Get away.
Completed. Behind us. On my way.
Missing right.
Be right back.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Come, my God, back off. Come, my God.
Just gonna keep getting some XP. I'm getting pretty big.
Your left
my
tower
way.
is under attack.
Come, back off.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Hey! Good work! We survived the day.
Back off.
An ally has been slain.
Feels like Chog is rock maxing super hard.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Oh, that is a full damage Chog. I mean, it's kind of best case scenario for me to deal with at least.
Back off.
Killing spree.
Back off.
It's been very chill in my lane.
The pyromancer has arrived. Your middle tower is under attack.
Get away.
I mean, if they have a better idea, I'm interested to see what they want to do with it, but I feel like if they were just trying to solve a problem that, or trying to change something that doesn't need to be fixed. But, we'll see.
On my way. Gang.
Brother, you actually just ulted him while he did that.
Been slain.
Be right back.
An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. You have been slain.
Beautiful.
Attack! Double kill. Rampage. Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm not really sure what to build here. Maybe I will go poly.
Your right
Just go
tower
full ham
is
on
under
just
attack.
damage. Yeah, cooldown is a bit more important, I think, for me. It could have been fine as well, actually, in this fight if Pele ran to me. But people fucking running away from me. I can't really stick to someone and heal them. But I might also not have had enough mana to really be able to do that. I was pretty low on everything. Just really needed to back. And suddenly Chak is similar as me.
Be careful left! Be careful left!
Killing spree.
It's actually ahead of me.
Enemies at the Gold Fury!
Come, my God. Back off. On my way.
slain.
That was so amazing! Stop right there!
Dude, I'm so tired of this Pele. Go in! I'm going in with you! Why are you still running away? That was not a bad fight. They're all fucking low trying to do gold. Now they just get it for free because Pele refuses to go in. Shit. Gotta just play more selfishly, I guess. I mean, this soldier's just not looking good overall. Like, just only one actually doing well is on her. Bot's just super fed. Man, being a jungler, it must be so nice. Being a main jungler in ranked. That is by far the easiest role to carry with if you're good at it. Because you can just fucking control the map so easily. Fucking wish I was a jungle main sometimes.
An ally has been slain.
No. I'm gonna play the role where it's hardest to carry almost, because you won't do anything for the first 15 minutes. No, I misclicked.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Killing spree. An ally has been slain.
Dude, what are we even doing over and left now?
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
No problem.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Rampage.
Okay. Enemies have the fire giant!
That's kind of sucked that they all turned on me actually. And my team just did red. Maybe we could have stolen if I wasn't alone. Do we even... What am I even doing with this build? I don't think Poly is honestly going to be that good for me here. Probably going to have to go Divine because we don't have anyone else who can.
Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the pirate.
I definitely think we have a chance to win this, but...
Been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
We just need to get one good fight.
Your
Like
right
level-wise, it's
tower
not really
has
that
been
terrible.
destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. phoenix is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Patch is up. Okay. I'll close my game and update it after this then.
Back off.
It is funny though. I feel like this always happens when I pick Aphrodite. We just get shit on everywhere, so I have no one to really stay linked to that can do anything about it. I'm just a lone Aphro that is still top damage, and I'm not able to do anything with it.
Your left tower is under attack.
It's unfortunately my ult, but it's also Cupid ult. Pretty big for a team fight as well.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Glory and honor.
Still got all the Phoenixes up. There is still a chance. On her definitely needs some more farm. I'll try not to stick to him too much.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Make merry.
Cancel that.
Enemy missing. Back off. Hold up. Break it down. Hold up.
Taylor just fucking left again, man.
You have been slain. An ally has been slain.
Right there. Into the realms of light.
Dude, you still can't say kill. Fuck, man. You can't do any messages. Iris, please. No, this is just somewhat brain dead of a team, to be honest. There's just not a whole lot of common sense, I feel like. Pele stays with me, and he should know too. I stayed just because he was out of position. I'm pretty sad my kiss fucking missed though. I don't know how it missed. Thought I fucking landed that. If he stays, we kill either Cupid or Sol, and at least we get something for it, because we're both gonna, one of us at least, are gonna die either way. So that was just really, really annoying. I definitely feel like we can just fight, but there's just no one I can trust to really link myself to here. At best, I think it's on her, which is why I'm trying to stay with him, but... I have to fucking waste my ult on that. I feel sad this game. I just want someone to kiss. But they're not worthy. What a sad life.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Let's see if I can get enough for Rod. I might actually have enough. I don't. I need 2k. Shit. What's my double gold when I need it from these fire waves? Don't fight, team. We really should not fight. Why are we fighting?
An ally has been slain.
Why, man? Once again, it just feels like they don't understand what positioning is. We actually have zero reason. Fire is down, gold is down. Why are we in mid?
Your Titan is under attack.
That's just tragic. That just felt like a... not even just a jungle diff. Alright, let's get the patch. Finally, objectives can no longer be one-shot. But yeah, I was trying to say, that felt like not even just a jungle diff, just a general, like, brain diff. Like, that's probably the least team play wanting team I've had in a while. Like, just listen to what I'm saying, man. It's actually wild. Motherfucker, if I can kill the fed butts alone, then stick with me! Stick with me! Please! You got trolled? Well, the point is, if I had some kind of backup, we just killed both of you then, you know? But in this game, it's like Pele refused to do anything with anyone. She just went in and died in the jungle by herself. Yeah, I got the Neath hold. That was true. Neath was my bro. She tried. Yeah, that was a pretty clear difference. For me, it's not about the individual skill. It's about how willing are you, how willing are you to just team play? I hate when teams don't want to team play in a team game. What are you doing here? Come on, man. I literally picked one of the most broken gods in the game, who is mainly broken because she does a bunch of shit while she is linked to someone. And I have no one to link in this game. Anhur was the only one, and he was the furthest one away from me. Pele could have done so much more if I was linked to her as well. It's just really weird. I just don't get it. Why would you not want an Afro linked to you? Give me that shit all day, every day. I'll take it. But every time I play Afro, it feels like I don't have anyone. But yeah, I'm still updating, guys. It's going pretty slow. I don't know why. Updates in Smite 2 always take a longest time for me to download for some reason. It's the only thing that does it. It's so slow. But it's at 40%. I'll be there soon. But I guess I can play my Q game while I wait. I live, somehow. Somewhere. Like, I try not to tilt. But that one was really... What the fuck? I gotta go all the way up there. Like, that game definitely tilted me a little bit. Because I'm so reliant on someone else. Well, reliant is probably the wrong word, but like, I literally am playing something that is just so much better if I'm linked to something, you know? Why are they death screaming? These trucks are not living a good life. I mean, we're in hell, but still. Maybe they deserve this. I do believe there is. Maybe there actually isn't. Is there even a sound capture? No, there isn't. Oh, never mind. I actually didn't realize you guys don't hear any sound for this game. Not that it matters. Just know that the trucks were screaming when I jumped on the ones that were spiked. Damn, it must be so quiet for you guys then. Whoops. Oh my god, why did I get so much speed? That fucking hill right there. What is it at actually? 60%. Oh, it's so slow, man. Why is it so slow? I have good internet. Like 500 download. What do I mean? Download faster. Well, actually, no. I have like 1,000 download and 500 upload. How am I dying the same spot every time? Surely I'm gonna learn from my mistakes one of these days. Damn it. This one's kind of tough because there's so much up and down. Like hills and stuff are kind of annoying to deal with in this game. Oh, like right there, like that was a good jump. It's too high up. I need to somehow get some momentum from that. Oh, almost saved that one. I just lost all the momentum. Cannot stop me there. What did that? Oh, it's playable. Great. Then I'm fucking launching. Okay. Yes, I would like to open smite. Fucking hell, that ruined my momentum. Damn you, smite. No. Oh, that went pretty well. So, stop. I have momentum, but it wasn't enough. What's smite doing in the back? It probably needs to reshade and all that stuff as well. Yeah, recompiling shaders. Damn, I really want to play Achilles. I kind of went in today thinking I was going to play some Achilles, because I kind of been enjoying him a bit recently. Which is weird, because I've always fucking hated playing Achilles. But it's kind of the same with Chuck. For a while in Smite 2, Chuck was just my shit. When Aspect Chuck came out, that shit was actually so much fun for me. Full damage Aspect Chuck was hella fun. And I miss it. But now it sucks. Unless you can still get late game, then it's still good, but it takes too long. It's kind of like playing Hades now, to be honest. Hades is just generally better, I think, but Hades was so powerful because you could just get so many items so fast. Fucking hell, I'm just back to dying on this spot again. Too fast. Get me in the queue. Okay, I'm in queue. No more objective bullshit. But also, a nerfed Erendite, which will affect me. But I do think it's a good change, obviously. I do wonder how that changes for me, though. I'm not really sure Erendite is going to be bought on everything now. It is still good, to be fair, but... No, I tried to stop, but I was too fast. I need to land on that truck, because it seems to always be there. That's just what I gotta do. So if anyone has suggestions in like in terms of games like this, that is kind of like a almost like a speedrun type game, I'm super down to try them out. Because I like having games like this between queues, because they just keep my senses sharp, so I don't get rusty and cold between games. Especially in Smite 2 right now, when sometimes you have like 10-minute queues. That shit gets me so cold. Then I feel like it's a warm up again. Alright, not that long of a queue this time though. No, that one jumped. New, dude, this is a pretty fucking long map. No, okay, I see the end now. It's probably the map I've struggled the most on. Or at least died the most on. No. It's tragic.
Select your god.
Guess I'm not playing Achilles. It's gotta be Mordred. That's also fine, to be honest. Haven't played him today. I don't feel like I don't want to play him, so that's fine. I don't know why I tried to stop. Sure, just kept going. I should stay on the right side for sure. If I go for the ones in the middle, I just end up like down in between the rocks and the cliffs. So it feels bad. But they also go real high. No, I thought I reached it. Dude, I've been against Dark way too much today. How is he not on my team just once? It's gonna be him and his dude. Fuck. I mean, I guess I'm playing Mordred, so it's not terrible. It's just annoying, really.
A tonic or a trinket.
3 jungle mains though. If we have an advantage, it's because they have 3 jungle mains.
Minions have spawned. Yeah! Until next time.
Whoa, server lag. That was kind of rude. This does not feel very nice, this server. That's his Sunder. I'll take it. Need to give up this early wave, but that's fine.
Your left tower is under attack.
Damn. Maybe one day I'll hit something. Jesus Christ. I'm just missing a lot of stuff in this one.
An enemy has been
I need to check
slain.
my program there. Like, what's my ping here? I used all my pots. That's so bad.
Out of mana.
Gank left lane. Ultimate is ready. Enemies behind us. Attack!
Glad I got my Sunder up at least. I don't think he gets it. It's too much region.
No problem.
But maybe.
An enemy has been slain.
Damn. That's the goal. Rip my wave though.
Brilliant. I am amazed. Enemy missing. That's too bad. Well, that's too bad, Sonny. An enemy has been slain.
I don't understand the buffering on Mordred's 1, because sometimes it will still go off when you get CC'd, and other times it will just say no. No, I will not do that. Why would I go off? It's super weird.
Ultimate is ready.
I know I feel so rusty on Mordred. It's not like I don't play him often. Still play him pretty often.
Attack right lane. Killing spree.
You rock!
On my way.
On my way.
Enemy ultimate down!
An ally has been slain. Killing spree. Shut down.
Consume both life and soul.
Do I just go Pridwen first to have some kind of protection into Sophic?
Your right tower is under attack. Ultimate is ready. You owe me big time. Enemy missing. Killing spree. On my way. Follow me. Shut down. Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy slain.
Enemy spotted!
You have slain an enemy.
Enemy missing! Enemy missing!
Your left tower is under attack.
Did not expect to find an on her there, I'll tell you that much. I'm gonna be a bit greedy and stick around until I can finish my item here.
Your Your right tower is under attack. Be careful, right. An ally has been slain.
missing left.
How much do I need? I can finish Pridwen now. I'm gonna check if I can
An ally has
maybe
been
get something
slain.
else. Phoenix Shield is such a big item on Mordred.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do that.
An enemy has been slain. Bye. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your right tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
Right lane.
An ally has been slain.
Oh, that pillar actually just blocked me there too. That's so annoying, man.
Attack middle lane. Ah. Oh, the party's slain an enemy. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy. Your left tower is under attack. Fuck 'em real good.
It's unfortunate.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing.
Oh wait. I assume my blue has been done at this point.
Your left tower is under attack.
Let's see. No. Okay.
An ally has been slain.
Also, is it just me, or did I not realize that my ult was blocked by the honor pillar? Is that a thing? Surely not.
Your right tower is under attack. On my way. Attack. The pirate. Your team has destroyed the gold fuel. Go. The party. Killing spree.
Jesus. I heard something.
Centuries of waiting.
Wasn't sure what it was.
An enemy has been slain.
It's a little bitty Wheelix behind me.
Completed.
So I'll go Stampede, because why wouldn't you at this point?
Enemy spotted. That's too bad.
An enemy has been slain. Well done, indeed. On my way.
Enemy spotted. Hands flat.
Enemy ultimate down. Oh, the party's different.
I guess we overstayed.
Killing spree. Fire giant.
We should just back and fire here. Guess we're not doing that though. Well, actually, never mind. Fires. Ah, dude, I'm still in the old patch. Fuck. Well, my head is. Well, I guess we can't really do that anymore. I don't know.
Your middle tower is under attack. Gank.
Be careful.
An ally has been slain. Enemy team has destroyed the pyro. An enemy has been slain. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack. Double kill. my way.
No, I'm not 20 yet. Shit. It's the Berserkers or some shit. Berserker's probably a bad thing for me to buy, actually.
Brilliant. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Help, middle lane! Shut down! Well, that's too bad. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy. Unstoppable. Your left tower is under
Okay. Guess we can't.
Your left tower is under attack. Oh, the party's
Do the honor pillar. No. Ah, the honor pillar fucked me so bad. I'm sad. I feel like I played that so well, and my actives and stuff just came on. Well, okay, they all died for it. We just didn't instead though.
Until next time.
Have fun.
Victory.
Alright, I could do one last game before I gotta leave. I'm also getting really hungry, so. Thank you, Impact. Yeah, I was kind of focusing you a bit towards the end, because there was no one else for me to go for. I really wanted to focus at Wheelix, but she was never around when I was, well, looking for something. So you just ended up being the pick. Yeah, I mean, he's pretty good. Like, he dual Qs with Dark. I've been against those two all day, pretty much. I think he's pretty good, but I think he's also just the nature of Sobek solo isn't that good. I literally played it yesterday, and also felt like I couldn't do anything, because Sobek just doesn't do enough damage to really be that big of a threat. And if like plugs aren't being followed up on, then yeah, I don't know. It's just he's weird. I think Sobek is in a pretty weird spot at the moment. I thought he was really good until I played him myself, and he felt like shit, honestly. He's definitely more of a support. I feel like a solo, you just need something that does damage now. Otherwise, you're not doing anything. He could trade me until I finish my first 2 items, being Mystical as well as Phoenix. And another thing is, in this matchup specifically, you gotta remember that Sobek has long cooldowns. Mordred has almost no cooldowns with the aspect. So I'm just gonna keep winning those trades, simply just because of a cooldown thing. The times he tried it early on in the game just didn't work out. I mean, you could be right. Maybe he's sloppy on Sobek, I'm not sure. But I do think he is a good player. No, I jumped too early. What did I hit? Oh, when you kill, I see. Yeah, I probably could have turned a bit when I killed you. Yeah, you're right. I was kind of scared. The thing I was most scared of was getting executed because I was getting a lot of health. I do think he probably just started ignoring me and tried to focus on someone else. I'm not sure. It's hard to say what goes through someone's head when they're in a losing position. All I know is the few times he tried to fight me early on just didn't really lead anywhere, so I guess he just gave up on that. Or he just didn't find the right moment. Damn it. Before I wasn't sure, but this map is definitely the one I've spent the most time on at this point. I keep making the same mistakes. Got stuck on the wheels. Oh, and sometimes there's just nothing to jump on. Someone's trying to trade. Where am I? Sure, I'll trade. ADC or mid is kind of the same shaded position for me. Guess I'm playing ADC. That's kind of nasty. What do I even build on ADC? What did I trade? At least I know what's happening in mid. All I wanted today was to play Achilles. I haven't played a single Achilles game. Like, fuck, man. Well, I also wanted to play some Odin, but Odin is just Odin, still. What a big surprise. Still kind of boring to play.
God.
Right. What am I picking here? Well done on her game. What do I build though? I'm just gonna yoink Impact's build from last game. I need to check my tracker for that though. Wait, no, is that the build? I guess so. I mean, there's not really an objective meta build anymore, I guess. We're still just doing Berserker stuff. In that case, I do know how to build. We really just gave them her. Dude, holy shit. This is gonna be such an unfun ADC game, I can already tell. Cabrakan, Thor, Hercules. I mean, if we fall behind, I'm gonna have such a bad time. That's no way. Damn it! That's the furthest I've gotten at least. What starter actually do we go with? Probably still just warriors. I'll do it. Not like I know what else to build.
Just what I needed.
I really have just been dealing with the same people all day. Just Dargan, however you say his name. Pablul? Pablul.
Minions have spawned.
Damn that level up. Nice, nice.
Nice job.
Nice job. An ally has been slain. Beware the shifting sand.
It's not like we have that big of a lead overall, though. Despite that first blood. They still got their back cams. Susano just took ours, so we don't really get that XP.
Beware the shifting sand. An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Be careful, miss.
Yeah, and that sucks, man. Solo already got soloed by that guy. They're just gonna get absolutely destroyed over there.
An ally has been slain.
I feel like I'm losing my voice a bit.
Beware the shifting sand.
Yeah, we both missed those shits.
I will be right back. An enemy has been slain. Enemy ultimate down.
I'm actually gonna be slightly greedy.
Enemy missing.
I need 200 gold.
On my way. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. The shifting sand. On my way. Enemies in right lane.
That was close. I'm glad I saw Herc there.
An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Beware the shifting sand. Thank you.
Let's just do this. Sucks that I missed the impale, but at least my ult still does a bunch of damage. My jump was a bit risky.
On my way. Your right tower is under attack. Killing spree.
I'm so sad that literally no one rotated during that whole time of me doing that with Medusa. Or getting chased, rather. I was just hoping someone would be there. No. Soul damage. She still does it. I feel like I played that really well too, in terms of just escaping.
Your right tower is under attack.
That might be the lead gone from me on Medusa.
Be right back.
Attack the gold.
Cancel that. Enemies have returned to base.
Your middle tower is under attack. Beware.
Be careful.
Beware the shifting sands. Right. On my way. Retreat. Save yourself.
Without beats, I don't want to get too close. If I get walled into like a Medusa autos, I'm just cooked.
Beware the shifting sands. Your middle tower is under attack. Okay. And your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Walk it off. Beware the shifting sands.
I'll gain right back.
Killing spree. Shut down. Beware the shifting sands. The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Dude, the fucking harpies just didn't leech. We all actually went out of it. That fucking sucks. Or the Nagas or whatever.
Beware the shifting sands.
Fucking course Thor is there. What am I thinking? No, man. I was like, I'm gonna do this. She's not gonna expect it. Fucking Thor is in the air already for some reason. Why? I just wanted to fight.
Your right tower is under attack.
Bye, lead. Who actually got the kill? Holy, there's no way it did that much damage, dude. What? That's fucking insane. He must be lippling it.
Enemies in left lane.
Okay. Your right tower is under attack. Beware the shifting sands. Okay. Enemy input. An enemy has been slain. Eternally by my side. Your middle tower is under attack.
Dude, the babysitting is wild.
Beware the shifting sands. You have slain an enemy.
Like Thor, my friend. I definitely got out with more than I should have.
Is under attack.
I don't know, I'm buying that. That makes no sense. I'm just gonna chill and ward now. I don't want to keep getting ganked by Thor, because if this keeps happening, I'm just gonna actually fall behind.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
I don't know why I had such a smart mindset though. Could have just done the wave. But no. Medusa must kill. Must chase Medusa.
An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy spotted.
Middle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
How unexpected.
Shut down.
Save yourself.
Ward the Gold Fury.
Beware the shifting sand.
Enemy missing. Return to the gold.
An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay. Oh well.
Your left tower is under attack.
Susano definitely seems like he's in a good spot now. In terms of his damage output.
Beware the shifting sand.
Well, I don't know why I failed. That was kind of stupid. Bye, wave clear.
Enemy missing right.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right. Be careful middle.
An ally has been slain. The double kill. Shut down. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Fire giant. Cancel that. I'll attack left lane. I'll attack right lane.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I can't defend that. There's absolutely no way.
An ally has been slain.
If we go there, we just both die. We might steal fire, but I don't know, I think it's more valuable just getting some farm for me.
Enemy team has destroyed the fire giant. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
They might just want to try and chase me. I'm just gonna go.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle
Because
tower
if Kukulkan
is
keeps
under
me,
attack.
Thor was gonna catch up with his ult. I don't want to fucking die again.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
We still have a gold lead, so that was just a really rough fight for us to take in mid. Obviously don't know what happened, but
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
On my way.
On my way.
Beware the shifting sands. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Okay.
There's no one there.
Beware the shifting sands. Ultimate is down. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I'll defend that tail next time.
Beware the shifting sands.
This fucking Kukulkan's behind me, man. Why is he here?
Your right tower is under attack.
Dude, what are they doing?
Ultimate is ready. Your right tower is under attack. Beware the shifting sands. An ally has been slain. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right phoenix is under attack. The shifting sands. Rampage. An enemy has been slain. Beware the shifting sands. Double kill. Your right phoenix is under attack. Beware the shifting sands. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
No! Oh, it's still gonna be worth it, but still. That's sad. Dude, I actually didn't even have Ixie for all this fighting.
Ultimate down.
What do I build next, though? I do not know what you're supposed to build next. Oboe? Actually, Oboe makes sense.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Or is this something else?
Your left tower is under attack.
I'll do Oboe.
I'll attack the fire giant. Stable mutation.
I'm on her anyway, I don't really have an attack speed steroid, so...
Your left tower is under attack.
Getting a bit extra doesn't hurt.
Be right back. Ward the fire giant.
Retreat.
Group up.
Ah, that wall kind of fucked me. I wanted to peek behind my own pillar.
Enemies incoming. Retreat. Beware the shifting sands. Enemy ultimate down.
Motherfucker.
On my way. Beware the shifting sands. I will be right back.
It's actually perfect.
Your middle tower
Finish
is under
both.
attack.
Okay, Bracken is still pretty damn tanky to me. Need to hit a lot of fucking autos to get him down.
Your right phoenix is under attack. Defend the fire giant. Hell, on my way. Beware the shifting sands.
Might not have the cook wall just yet. Ain't no way he want me as I landed. That's so terrible, man. I hate that. That's on me.
An ally has been slain.
Yumi's definitely dead, but
Double kill.
hopefully the rest can get out.
The pyro has arrived.
Oh, if that actually landed, that would have been huge. Yeah, and as a result he dies. That sucks.
Enemies have returned to base. Your last tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. Curses. Deicide.
Oh, I thought he was gonna get him.
Just what I needed. Your left tower is under attack. Beware the shifting. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy team has destroyed the fire giant. Beware the shifting sands.
Fuck me, why did I try to save him? I should have just kept running.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Damn. We're gonna lose just off of this weird ass fights we've been doing. Dude, Bracken is literally just unkillable. And he has fucking dagger.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
That sucks.
An ally has been slain. Double kill.
Perk things.
Your middle
Let's see if I can
phoenix
solo
has
defend,
been- your middle
otherwise
phoenix
it's
is
cooked.
under attack. Deicide.
I mean, I'm not even sure I can get there in time.
Sand gives me strength.
Yeah, Titan is 25, but it's also expensive as hell. Damn. That sucks. It was a pretty fun game, but we just threw this one in fights. It's like we didn't really know what to do, and they definitely had the advantage running around with Cabrakan, Hercules, Thor as a front line. We gave them the, like, arguably the most broken front line that we could have possibly, like, there is in the game at the moment. You do not want to give people these two gods in the same team, man. Yeah, GG's. That's gonna be it for me, though. I gotta leave. But it was pretty fun today. I almost got thrown out of Demigod, though. I'm getting pretty close again. I think I lost more today than I won. It do be like that sometimes. Yeah, it started rough. Oh well. Thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate it. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.